Hello? Hello. Now we can hear me. I pushed the mute button and the mute button did not work. But hello, how's it going? Look at me. Look at me with my shiny new overlays. Look at me. Aren't they good? Aren't they cool? Aren't they cool? Hang on. Let me move to the other one. Look at this. Look at this. Look at how much larger I can be now. Look at how much bigger I am on the screen. Isn't that cool? Isn't that neat? Actually, I can be even larger if I want to be. Ooh, yes. Yes, I will be large. Hang on, I will be bigger. 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 Look at me. I'm huge. I'm really glad about this because it means I'm not like pushed down in the corner to be a tiny little baby man anymore. Although I am realizing yes, hello, Great Ace Attorney, hello. Please show up on the screen. Thank you. But yeah, welcome in everybody. Celexa, Ham, Zeal. Welcome in. Hey, game's gonna get captured, right? Game's gonna capture? There we go. Yes, there we go. Give me a quick second here. I want to make sure that we are the correct size right now. Actually, wait, wait, hold on. Something ain't right here. Hold on. Something might not be right here. Hang on. Wait, let me just check something just real quick. Okay, there we go. I was like, I'm seeing a border that shouldn't be there. Oh, it's because my old overlay is still turned on under the new one. Oops. All right, hang on. I forgot that I need to like resize my windows now. Hang on. Let me get these windows settled. I'm gonna have to like make my OBS window like larger so I can see where the hell I'm putting this. There we go. Okay. Put that up in there. And we stretch this out to the corner. And let's see. We don't have any seams, right? Yeah, I think we're good. We're good. Just some last minute maintenance that I forgot to do there. There we go. And let me put my window back where I want it to be. Perfect. Okay, now we do case 4, trial 1. So let me give you a quick recap of where we are right now. So, our best friend Kazuma Asogi. Yeah. So, turns out he wasn't dead. He was not murdered on the ship in case 2 of the last game. No, he was still alive. He was supposed to be sent home, but apparently in Hong Kong, he like regained consciousness, and all he remembered was that he needed to get to London. That's all he remembered. So he snuck aboard a cargo ship that was bound for London, and he made it to London. But he was caught, and our buddy Lionheart, what was his name? Lionheart? Strongheart, that's it, right? Strongheart, the Chief Justice, right? He decided, okay, we're gonna leave this guy in the care of Von Zykes, and Von Zykes took him in as an apprentice. Mabel, hello, welcome in. Thank you so much. I'm so happy with these. I'm so happy with them. Look at them. Look at how pretty they are. Okay, so Kazuma had amnesia, didn't remember what was going on because of the blow to his head. He got his memory back in the last case, and he remembered that his father was Genshin Asogi, who was a mass murderer by the name of the Professor, who killed a bunch of corrupt aristocracy. Unfortunately, one of those aristocrats that he murdered was Von Zykes' brother. So now Von Zykes is very upset because he was training the son of the man who killed his brother. His father was a Genshin Impact. I know, I made the same joke. I said, man, Genshin Asogi, you could say all those murders really had an impact. I finally got it. I finally got it. I finally got my laugh track button. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. So yeah, this case, right. So, I have some bad news if you missed the last case. The victim in this case is Tobias Gregson, our fish and chips eating buddy. He got murdered. And the accused in this case is Van Zykes. So we're defending Van Zykes this time, and Cosma has stepped in to prosecute. Can we make an edit of all of us laughing? That'd be awesome. So, that's kind of where we stand right now. There's that old familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Actually, no. It's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. There is a menacing tension in the air today, isn't there? I suppose. Yes, I think so. I notice I wheeze and snort a lot more again. I feel that. I feel that. I'm glad you're feeling better, Mabel. I really am. We're finally almost into spring. Fuck winter, man. Fuck winter. Winter cost me $1,000 in car repairs. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. A little more courtesy, if you please. Oh my, I do apologize. However, you're certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? I'm not privy to the details. However, I understand that no jury has been selected. A trial without a jury? Well, that's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago. Closed court. Good morning, my dear fellows. He's so close, he's in kissing range. Mr. Shones, have you made note of my hair, Mr. Naruhodo? An outright victory for science, you must agree. Yeah, that's right. The entire, investigation phase, Sholmes had bright red hair and then blue hair. For a brief moment, the man had blue hair and pronouns. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem. Ha! What to one man is a little hair problem is to another a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning. Oh dear, how awful for you. The energy of a trans mask guy? I can see it. He looks good with blue hair and pronouns. I don't know. I like the blonde. I feel like if he was gonna rock the blue hair, he'd need to change his whole outfit. Cause the blue hair in this outfit just doesn't work. But like a different outfit, I could see it. I could see it. Like something a little bit closer to like Van Zykes' color palette would look nice. And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. And you. I see London's celebrated great detective is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases, the Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point on which I would readily commend you. What an honor. And that would be your eye for a good lawyer, sir. Mr. Sholmes. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Shom's like complimenting us. I need to change your panels to credit your layout. Oh shit, you're right. I do. I will remind me after stream. I need to do that. Absolutely. I forgot. Yeah, panels? Oh, that thing that I use sometimes? The thing I like set once and then forgot forever? That's right, I do need to do that. After all, behind this lawyer there is a very great mind. My own. What are you trying to say? I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. Sorry to barge in. Oh no, sorry. I thought that was the guards at the door. Gina. What's that on her arm? It's a mourning band, I suppose. Oh yeah, Gina's really, really broken up about losing Gregson. Father, shouldn't you be at the symposium? It's been postponed, so I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action. I shall be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year. Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see. Otto. Oh, yes, Gina. Why'd you agree to this, eh? Why'd you take him on? This Reaper bloke. Everyone says it was him what killed the boss. I'm sorry, Gina. I don't believe that. Well, if it weren't him, who was it? I don't know that. Yet. I don't care who calls him what. Reaper's just a name. He's a person at the end of the day. And if it turns out it was him what killed the boss, then God help him. Fiery eyes indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. Eh? At least that may be some solace to the deceased. Oh, God, my heart! Please, Otto. Get whoever did this for the boss. Oh, Gina. I hate feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. So you've got to find who done this and make the wretch pay! Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way into the courtroom at once, please. All right, then. Here we go. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. Lord Van Zykes. Let's go. Let's go. Let's defend the boy! One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. All that misfortune, all that pain, on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all these dark events. Whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look it straight in the eye. Say hello to your kitchen TV. Hello, Zeal's Kitchen Television. It's me. I'm on TV now. I am very excited to see Kazuma's prosecution animations. I'm very excited.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here to conduct a fair and just trial of the defendant, Barak von Zykes. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin?
The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Oh, Kazuma-sama. I've I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long, it feels. I never pictured it happening like this. Never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench.
The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today, we must uncover the truth behind this scourge.
In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder.
The truths revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions through the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial with no members of the public present, by Her Majesty's direct orders.
How will that work, my lord?
The burden of all arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the juror's bench shall remain vacant today.
Okay, but who are all these fuckers? Oh, thank you, Susato! Took the words right out of my mouth. If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord?
They are members of the judiciary, here to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial.
Members of the judiciary. Oh my, this is a very unusual trial already.
There is, of course, another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings on which I must elaborate. The counsels for the prosecution and the defense are both aliens of Great Britain.
I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. And as I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain. This is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Cosma.
Very well, let us commence the proceedings. Prosecutor Osogi, your opening statement, if you please.
Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on the 1st of November at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was a building of flats on Fresno Street on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property.
Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, a name known very well indeed to this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest cases 10 years ago.
Lord, he's built like a fridge in a good way. Hello, Fudo. Welcome on in. The skrunkler? Is that me? Am I the skrunkle here? Or are we talking about Cosma? The professor case. How sure are you about the time of the incident? Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot, and all have reported the same time. Maho, hello! Should be working, but I'm watching Elstar. Yeah, fuck the system. Fuck the system! You little meow meow. Oh, okay. So I'm I finally saw the definition of all those terms. I finally saw them. Wait. I'm gonna hang on. I gotta look these up again because I don't remember. Them. Hang on. But I finally saw what all these weird fucking like Tumblr like terms mean. Hang on. Let me find it. I gotta scroll down until I find it. Okay. Let's see. It's from this, like, meme that I'm probably gonna repost, at some point. Send me a fandom and I'll tell you my Blorbo favorite character I think about the most. Skrunkly, my baby, character that gives me cuteness aggression, character that is so shaped. Scrimblow Bimblow, underrated, underappreciated favorite. What the f- Jen, hello! Thank you! I agree! What the fuck? Maho, thank you. I love my new background too. Okay, hang on, I gotta get to the best one. Glup Shito. Obscure fave. Character that can appear in the background for 0.2 seconds, and I won't shut up about it for a week. Here's me, apparently. The poor little meow meow. Problematic, unpopular, controversial, otherwise pathetic fave. Great, thank you. Horse Plinko. Character I would torment for fun for whatever reason. EBDB. Character I would send to super hell. Amazing. Amazing. I can't believe I am the fucking hell. But thank you, Jen. I appreciate it. I'm very happy. I love this so much. It looks so good. All right, hang on. I forgot what the hell we were talking about in the game. I got distracted by Glup Shito. Oh, come on. Come on, let me look at the thing. Okay. Okay. Are you sure about the time of the incident? Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot and all have reported the same time. Yes, that's what Gina's told us too. There were a number of witnesses. I have here a plan of the room. The victim was found curled up in one corner. It's believed that he was shot from the front at point-blank range and died instantly.
How has the range been determined?
There were scorch marks around the entry wound. Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. But powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range.
I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Counsel.
Okay. An internet anthropologist on girl fandoms? One cake pop star that acted like a cat. Oh, God above. So many headcanons for Cosmo already. You can take the person out of Tumblr, but you can't take the Tumblr out of the person. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim.
And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm?
No, my lord. Not conclusively. Bravo, Kazuma-sama, for not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance can't be proven. Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There's a candelabrum mounted on that wall, and the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile. We noticed that too, didn't we? Yes, that's right.
Thank you for the thorough report, Counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me.
Nothing has changed. I'm just sexier now. I feel that. I feel that.
You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please.
As you wish, my lord. That'll be me in like a year or two when I eventually get a new model. Nothing will change. I will just be hotter. It's like, man, you think I got wide hips now? Just wait. Just wait. There's one live 2D artist that I have seen some incredible work from them, and they excel at jiggle physics and really big hips. About to ruin Saw's whole career. Not that big. Saw is like excellent, but that's too wide even for me. Like, I don't do hyper levels. Hyper is a little too much. Is it someone you've seen before from somewhere else? I think so. I think I sent you their link specifically, Mabel. I think I showed you, I'm like, haha, hey, what if I got a model from this person someday? Alistair out thickening me? Yeah, be ready for it, Zeal. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm ready. Oh yeah, Ham, I think you've seen their work as well. Like Big but Hyper is too much. Yeah. Like the border is like the gold, like there's a golden like window like right on the border of Hyper that I really like. And then you go past that, it's like, that's a little too much. At least for hips. There's some Hyper I can get behind. But we are, I'm tipping my hand a bit too far at the moment. Let's go back to a fun Ace Attorney game, fun point and shout game. You look ridiculous. You look like a fucking circle. Good, made by God. The mask is slipping. Oh no! It's fine.
Is this Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode?
Sickos, like, clawing at my window. Yes. No, my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Boone. There's precious little furniture inside, and it is generally in a poor state of repair. So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Presumably he was investigating some case or other. When a policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside, holding the revolver. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot.
So, the details of the case are clear.
In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness.
A name, please, counsel.
Naturally, the accused himself. Oh, Lord Van Zykes? As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken and will be compelled to tell the truth.
Very well. Let the defendant take the witness stand.
Celexa, shut the fuck up. Shut up! So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Barak von Zykes, Old Bailey prosecutor.
I presume, Lord Van Zykes, that you heard Prosecutor Osogi's opening, precis.
I did.
It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this?
Yes, my lord. Then I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question. And what exactly took place. I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth.
I must say, Lord Van Zykes, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come. But since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me has been dreading it. Your formal testimony, then, witness.
Valentine's is tomorrow. You're right, Valentine's is tomorrow. And I think I know what game I'm playing for tomorrow. I'm not gonna spoil it, but it's gonna be something. It will be fitting for the theme of Valentine's Day.
Water, drink, water, bitch.
Thank you, Mabel.
Drink, water, drink, water, bitch.
Thank you for the hydrate. But yeah, be ready. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be marvelous. It is most certainly a dating game. I think. I think it's a dating game. I think that's what it is. It seems like that's what it is. Or maybe it's something a little beyond just dating. But it's not like unsafe for Twitch. It just has unsafe for Twitch vibes. You'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean. I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside, and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. That's strange. That testimony was the whole truth? It was. So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants, and moments later a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that it? You're right, you haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Asoni.
It would appear to be a singular tale indeed.
Singular isn't the word. It's laughable. What's gotten into Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all. Chisato's standing there just so worried about him.
Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. So I'm getting the feeling that this is one of those testimonies where we just press every statement, and there's not actually anything to object to. That's what it feels like anyway. I think this is just gathering information right now. You were investigating the inspector. What on earth for? I'm not at liberty to say. Sorry? I identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in a case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed.
Is the court to understand, then, that on the day in question, you followed the victim to the scene?
No. I was privy to his movements in advance. How? I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. You can't read a man's diary. That is a complete invasion of privacy. You can't go reading a man's diary. Also, who writes in their diary about the secret shit they're doing? Like, this is like those guys that robbed that museum in Sweden, only to like be caught when one of the assholes kept a fucking journal of every little step they took in committing the crime. Honestly, that was amateur hour. That was amateur hour. Also, pardon the brief pause. I had to mute because I needed to blow my nose. I was feeling a little stuffed up. I didn't want to be like sniffling like the entire stream. Gonna read my diary? Ha! I don't have a diary. There's no diary to read. I forget literally everything. Wait. I don't think that's... that might not be the advantage I think it is. Anyway. The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry. Van Sykes can read my diary. He might blush, though. You illegally entered the man's office. In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense.
As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Van Sykes?
I was aware of the possible consequences. So, in summary, you were investigating the victim, and yet, you refused to tell the court why. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath.
Ah,
Why did I ever think I could defend this man? We just keep pressing. Have you ever been to the address before? No, never. I only learned of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything. Arunia, hey, welcome on in. I got some new overlays, Arunia. Check me out. Look at me. I'm a big shot now. I got my own like branding and everything. But at 5 p.m. the sun would only have just gone down. It would have been reasonably light outside. The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor. There was no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure? I'm quite sure the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though I couldn't say for certain. Look, Mr. Naruto. There is a small desk in the room just here. Yes, I remember. And there was an oil lamp on it, as well as the framed photograph. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate. And what did you find? Nothing. I never actually reached the desk. Oh, thank you, Arunia. I'm very happy with these. I love them. The vibe is so good.
Hold it!
So, who fired the gun? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. But you say it was very dark in there. Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is I didn't sense another's presence. Aha. Then could it be that the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room? No, that's out of the question. Oh. Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. Ah, this is going from bad to worse. And you say that's the point at which you noticed the revolver on the floor? Correct. And I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part.
Presumably then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took in your hands.
In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not. What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder. Whenever Rinosuke does that, like, really limp slap on the desk, it just gets me every time. But then, where on earth is the gun that was fired? Whilst I would like to oblige you with an answer, I'm afraid I can't. I, too, would dearly like to know that.
Hold it!
A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume? That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street.
Who are these merchants?
A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. I'm told a number of them also support a man named Seth on YouTube. They're part of a guild of some sort. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all given statements saying that they heard the gunshot. Boo. Ah, come on. It wasn't that bad. And without the thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened. Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she? They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did, and almost gave me a heart attack in the process. But you're supposed to be the Reaper. The first man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled. A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear? I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly, there it was. Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand? At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more. I see. After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson.
Most curious circumstances indeed.
How the inspector was killed or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea.
Objection!
Oh, our first objection? Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Barak von Zykes, is lying on multiple fronts. What is that supposed to mean?
Good gracious, counsel. The defendant is lying, you say?
In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. That's correct. No, that's impossible. As proven by this candelabrum. How does that prove anything? If you examine the long tip of the candle, you can see it has been blown off by a powerful impact.
One would assume that that would be a Genshin impact. One would assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle.
Look, there is literally a character named Genshin. There's gonna be a lot of these jokes. The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of a different length.
Yes, I can see that only one candle that appears to be... I can see that only the candle that appears to have been struck by the bullet is long.
We could reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together, which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others. That must be because that particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning. Ah! That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would still have been burning. So the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabrum. And the accused's claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. And now, to the next lie. There's more? The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered it from top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings. Yes, that's right. We saw it too. It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they included a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. 10 years ago? This is starting to sound familiar. And there's a common thread linking all of the documents on that board.
Indeed. What is this common thread, counsel?
They all relate to the cases prosecuted in court by Barak von Zykes. All of them? And furthermore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted.
Good Lord!
Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. Oh. Oh no. In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout and his base of operations. The Reaper's hideout? And yet the Reaper would claim never to have been in his own secret hideout? No one would believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards.
Backwards? Explain, Counsel.
Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine. By the Reaper's hand. What? What? I don't think even Kazuma believes that. I think Kazuma is just giving us a, like a jumping off point to start, like, making some, counter arguments.
Very well. I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Barak von Zykes is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it is with deep regret that I must concur with Prosecutor Asogi's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts.
All I have done is state the truth as I know it. Kazuma's done a brilliant job as ever, just drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case, and it's formidable.
Counsel, you will submit the board that you just showed the court as evidence. I believe it to be fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence.
Thank you, my lord. Okay. And now the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses who saw events unfold on that day in question. Okay, before we do that, I need to check the, the court record. I need to look at the autopsy report for one. Gregson, male, 45, British, time of death. What? Where's the time of death? Hello, time of death? Time of death, hello? There is no time of death. What the fuck? Coroner. Maria Gori. Cause of death. Victim was shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in instant death. Scorch marks at point of entry. The bullet exited the body from behind. Additional observations. The caliber of the gun used matches that of standard issue firearms for members of the judiciary. And that coincides with the gun that we found. Layout of the room. Sure. Interestingly, though, Von Zykes is claiming that this particular revolver was not used because the muzzle was cold, or the barrel was cold, rather, when he picked it up. I'm inclined to believe him. I don't think Von Zykes is lying to us. So, that's interesting. All right, let's take a look at this. There are details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't there? This paper is from 10 years ago. This paper from 10 years ago is browning with age. Look. Out of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here. Oh, it's the same red-headed league advertisement that Mr. Sholmes had picked out. And do you remember? There was a red hairpiece at the scene, too. Was Inspector Gregson an exponent of the red-headed league, then? I don't think that would be the... Hello? Hello, what's this? Oh, what's this? Mr. Naruhodo, look! Oh, yes. It's a smudge of some kind. In fact, it looks just like a handprint. And the color. That's blood, isn't it? Oh, dear. How disturbing. There we go. Always look at this shit from new angles, man. There's always a bloody handprint somewhere. They were mentioned in the previous testimony, too, if you remember. Yes, the street sellers who heard the gunshot and went running into the room.
Very well. Lead the witnesses in. The defendant may step down from the witness stand.
Certainly, my lord. That bow. What a regal man. Oh! It's Bippo! That was his name, right? Bippo? So, witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Oh, I hate that! Oh, I hate that! No, I hate that! I hate that! I hate that! He just flipped his fucking lip! It has jiggle physics! Oh, I hate that! Oh, I hate that a lot. That's disgusting! What the fuck?
Names? We don't use names. Far too fancy for the likes of us.
We're just free and easy. Sell what we like, live where we want to live. Free and easy, huh?
I give them all a vacant star as they walk down Fresno and spin a few words into a verse for them. Ah, would I be right in assuming that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street?
What's going on with your neck there, buddy?
Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by, you know.
Jaunty little tidbits?
Got an absolute smasher for you, sir. Right up your ginnel it is. 6 pence is the price, not a penny less.
Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now?
Oh, come on, sir. Don't tell me you're not interested.
Try the man. Give him the money and see what it is. Pay the man, counsel! All right, 6 pence it is.
You won't regret it, sir. Now, got your listening ears on? Just between us, a young couple on Slate Street have just had twins.
Is that it? I'm going to wince every time he does that.
No, that's not it. It's gossip, isn't it? It wants to spread. But that bit's up to you and your mouth, of course. I've got more, you know. Want another juicy one? 6 pence a piece it is, if you're curious.
I am curious, yes, about what's going on just under that fat bottom lip of yours. Namely, that unusual bruise or whatever it is that's poking out from under your collar. What about the next witness, then? What name do you go by, and what do you sell? Me? I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, isn't it? I sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local school kids. 6 pence a pop. What do you say? She just struck that match on her ass. Damn. Explosives and a hot ass? I'm sold. You weren't exaggerating with little. Do they actually sell? Oh yeah. The second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them if they get 100. If they get 100, they could blow up the school. Thank you, Venus.
Not the most savory of ideas, young lady.
What do you say then, eh? Want a pot with 6 pence for a pop? I like how she kisses the fireworks and then winks at us. Wait, what? You want me to buy one? Tell you what, I'll let you know a little secret. You get 100 of them, you could blow up the whole courtroom. Try the woman. Give her the money and see if she's right. Hey, the woman counsel! Judge, no! No, we're not blowing up the courthouse! All right, I'll buy one. Lovely stuff. Right then, this is something a bit extra just for you. Oh. Those are much larger. The Venus Special, only 600 pence. 600? It's 100 for my regular... It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that, is there? And there'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey, either. A Venus firecracker has been entered into the court record. Well, we might have a gunshot source now. Like, I mean, a large firecracker? Sounds like that could sound like a gunshot to me. Let's see. Have you had an idea, Mr. Naruhodo? You're staring at the end of the string of fireworks. Sorry, it's just that the Venus special. It's the Venus special. I was wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like. Shall we find out? What? But you said it could blow up the courtroom. All right. That was a fairly sizable bang. My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruhodo. It sounded almost exactly like... Yeah, it sounds like a gunshot, doesn't it? Yeah, I thought as much. And the last witness. What name do you go by and what do you sell? I remember him. He's Bippo.
I'm a thinker, me. Thought all sorts of thoughts. I think, therefore I am. I am, therefore I think. I think. Because I stand there on the street, watching the world go on around me. They call me the Observator.
Get out of it, old man. Everyone calls you Sandwich and you know it. So, you don't actually sell anything?
Problem shared is a problem halved, as they say. I give advice, I do, and think what it means. I don't actually sell anything, no. Come to think of it.
Pity. No more purchases today, please.
Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems.
They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene.
I see. And thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose.
Not only that, but they very bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witnessed the crime. Well, I'll be beggared, I thought. Just between us. I'm still trying to work out this man's accent. What accent do I want to give him? Because I could give him like a Cockney accent, or I think like my first attempt was the New York gangster. Like, well, I'll be beggared, I thought. Just between us. It's that us that's like throwing me. Venus de Milo, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw.
Well, what I think is, if what we see is light and shadow, playing with our eyes, is any of it real?
Bippo, please.
Very well. The court will hear the formal testimony of these three witnesses now. You will describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident.
We saw the whole thing from start to finish, we did. Everything from the moment they went in the building. It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang.
Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk, and Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened.
I ran into the room and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body. I was scared after death, me, so I ran off and to find a copper. These witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything. Who did they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Barak von Zykes. I've seen pictures of that Reaper in the paper. I know what he looks like. And just between us, folk love stories like this. I've made myself a tidy sum already. But wait, the room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. All those flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied. Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to boot. The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased. And we know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Hugh Boone.
Testimony the court has just heard would appear to leave little room for doubt. Becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime.
No. Thank you for your candor, my lord.
Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witnesses.
Yes, my lord. In a closed court like this without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony. Somehow. It's got to be the gunshot, right? The gunshot is the biggest contradiction we have at the moment. The whole thing from start to finish, everything from the moment they went in the building. Less than a minute after the Reaper got inside, we all heard a big bang.
Hold it!
Press that, press that. We need to learn more about the gunshot. By which presumably you mean the gunshot. I sell these little things, don't I? How would I know what a gunshot sounds like? I've always thought it probably sounds a bit like this, doesn't it? And you say that you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant here enter the building. That's right. It was almost straight away. Bang, it went. Just like that.
Well, he's the Reaper, isn't he? It's what the French call a fait accompli. When the Reaper's around, people are going in the ground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it?
I think we get the message. The Reaper couldn't allow the inspector to live after he discovered his secret hideout. There can be no clearer motive for the crime.
Yes. It's certainly an eminently credible motive.
Great. At that point, you ran inside. Is that correct?
Hold it!
So, when Gossip ran to see what had happened, did you go too?
Well, me. I'm just a bit hampered, you see. All the signs are that I can't move around very well.
You were away behind, presumably, with that sandwich board around your neck and that big sign in your hand. What a great burden you bear. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but is it possible you and I have met before?
I'm not anybody, me. The signs are what make me who I am now. I sign, therefore I am.
So, you weren't employed as an omnibus driver just under a year ago, then? Yep, it's Bippo. I might be mistaken, but I believe his trembling has intensified, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I agree. He's clearly been through a lot.
Turn down King Henry Street and the Black Widower's Arms is just there.
Oh dear, you made him hide behind his sign. Life is just full of surprises. Let me go back. I'm gonna press everything, why not? Might as well.
Hold it!
When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and the defendant, Lord Van Zykes?
I suppose so. The likes of us don't know the names of the high and mighty. But I'll tell you one thing. It was the old Reaper that went in last, that's for sure and certain.
Just behind Inspector Gregson. They arrive at the same time as each other.
No, not at all. The first fellow must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we heard that gunshot.
The victim arrived 15 minutes before. Are you sure about that?
Am I sure? Am I sure? Does it seem likely that I have forgotten a fellow with a bright red hair like that? Does it?
Yeah. His hair were really red, weren't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks, even.
That fiery red mob's still burnt on the inside of my eyelids, it is.
Wait a minute. You're saying the man was a redhead?
Weren't you listening, chum? Aye, he was a redhead, and he had a big trunk with him as well. A real fat caboose, even.
But Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red, not by any stretch of the imagination. It seems likely that the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party. No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct. What? Just have a look at this photograph of the victim taken at the scene. Yes, that's Inspector Gregson, all right. And a red hairpiece. Ah, of course, we saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? I still refuse to believe that Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece, though. So then why on earth would he have been wearing something like that?
The color does seem to suit the man, one might say. Photograph will be submitted as evidence, please, counsel.
And what became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying? I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene. It just disappeared. Sorry, I keep yawning. Ugh.
What, do you expect us to have been watching the building every second, do you?
We definitely saw him in the dock going in, though. No question about that.
Hold it!
So then you were the first person to arrive on the scene. Is that right?
That I was. Kicked the door open like a professional, I did, and yelled out, "What's going off here?"
Lord Van Zykes claims all he heard was a man's scream, though. And was it dark inside the room?
No, not dark at all. There were candles burning on the wall.
Really?
And there was a fella collapsed on the floor. Just between us, it's the first thing I noticed when I got inside.
Ah, I see. Even though Lord Van Zykes claims not to have seen any such lights on the wall.
Next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body.
The accused, Barak Von Wow, I saw the words Barak Von Zykes and I just started doing his voice.
The accused, Barak Von Zykes. That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it, but I'm no lily-livered coward. I stood my ground and gave the Reaper a cold, hard stare myself.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say there, Mr. Bippo? You have something to add, Mr. Sandwich.
There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head I am. Just 2 slices with no middle.
Empty in the head? Just like me. 2 slices with no middle. A true idiot sandwich.
So I don't know what you could want with me.
I think that maybe you just remembered something. Having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean.
Well, what I think is, we're all nothings, really. We try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers. That's enough out of you, Sandwich. Keep your trap shut now. Unless you want us to make you a real sandwich. When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside.
That's it?
Oh, you rotten beggar. I told you to keep that a secret. He screamed, he did. Screamed and scrambled off on all 4s. That's all I wanted to say.
Mr. Gossip, is that true?
The floor was dead slippery, that's why. Planted my head in a filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Yuck!
What? A pool of blood?
But listen here. Even I was sprawled on the floor, I still kept giving that Reaper a cold hard stare. And don't you forget it.
Let's just go back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hand?
I did. Happens to the best of us at times, doesn't it? So I was scared, so I slipped over. We can keep it just between us, can't we?
No, Mr. Gossip. I'm going to have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony.
Oh, if I must. The witness will amend his testimony to include the aforementioned details at once.
We wiped it off on the floor. Hang on. That ain't right, friend.
Objection!
Got it. So you wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure about that? Well, what else do you expect me to have done, eh? Does it really matter? The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is the defense asserting? If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Isogi. Certainly, there was no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint in blood left very clearly at the scene on the back of this notice board.
Ah, yes, indeed. Indisputably a handprint in the distinctive color of blood.
Ah, you're dead right. That's my right hand. I'd know it anywhere. Hot.
Objection.
Actual hero. The witness very definitely testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant.
Objection.
Not if the board itself had fallen over onto the floor. In that case, it's quite possible for the witness's handprint to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room to the victim and in an upright position. Even if it had somehow been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time, it would have been a considerable distance from the body. Oh, God. I fell over when I came across the body. So I was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room. In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. Yes, it is. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason.
I take it that you formulated a proper hypothesis, counsel. Regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found at the scene.
I have, my lord. This discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint is explained by the board moving. The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the court can see, it's upside down.
Good gracious! So it is. If the witness had put his hand against the board, the fingers should be pointing upwards.
What does that tell us? It tells us one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as I previously suggested, which means that after the incident, it must have been moved. What?
Objection.
You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting. Then tell the court who. I don't know that yet, but the point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point.
And that would be?
The position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord.
So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated?
It would have to be like right here.
Take that!
It was right here, my lord.
Goodness. No, I'm afraid I don't quite see your logic.
What? Fuck. What? Eh? Huh? What? What? It's not there? So it's like, here, man. Honestly, I know, like, the general idea of where it is, but it's being very picky about the position. So I'm just gonna save so I don't, like, lose a whole bunch of, like, points here.
Take that!
There? There we go. Okay. So I was off by, like, 2 inches. Thanks a lot, game. That's great. This is the only possible location.
Immediately adjacent to the doorway.
If the court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark, and he couldn't see the body. Bayek! The notice board had been here, the body would have been completely hidden from view, and the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker. But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him. That's true. Or, in his precise words, Jesus, why am I so sleepy? Just as I picked up the firearm to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. I don't know about calling it a scream, but he was talking about me, and no mistake. Because it was me that kicked the door open. You look again at the floor plan. Consider what would happen if the door of the room was thrown open with force. Ah, that can't... The door struck the notice board, knocking it over, and making the victim's body visible.
Good gracious!
My client has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw. Ugh. Nice. Nice, we have an explanation now.
Order! Order! Counsel, how has this not come to light before now?
After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it into the position where the police, myself, and my colleague saw it when investigating the room. Christ, why am I yawning? I just woke up like an hour ago.
Witness, what do you have to say for yourself?
What? Me, my lord? You and your fellows were there at the scene before anybody else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board.
The witnesses in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime.
Stop looking over your glasses at me. I get the message. I don't know anything about that there notice board. I just wiped my hand on it, that's all. Oh, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time.
Hey, I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign of the crossroads of life.
Was that Reaper, I bet? He's got a face that screams bored.
I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot.
Ah, but did he, though? Did he? Do we know that?
So none of you can elaborate further.
Shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with only the light of a few candles and an oil lamp by which to see, we can't expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what happened. That's right, yeah. It don't pay to expect too much.
It's a man's endless quest for knowledge that's destroying the world. That's what I think.
Do you? Really? In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Barak von Zykes. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact.
Quite so, quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances?
Most certainly, my lord.
Very well. Then you may proceed, counsel.
Okay, I can't stop yawning, so I'm gonna BRB just like real quick. Y'all can like look at my brand new BRB screen. I'm gonna get like some caffeine just real quick. I will be right back. All right, don't go no. All right, I'm back. Hello. How's everybody doing? Velo, hello, welcome on in. How's it going? I got myself some G Fuel. It's watermelon flavored. It's pretty good. It's very good. It tastes like watermelon Jolly Ranchers, which is just amazing. Like fantastic. Excellent flavor. It's nice and cold too, so that's gonna help. Sounds pretty good. It is. It's very nice. All right, so let's see. Right. We gotta figure out. Gotta figure out who the hell moved the notice board. Sid, hey, welcome on in. How's it going? Just real quick. Bop. Sid's very cool. You should all go check out Sid. Very cool shark. Very cool gamer shark. Okay, so let's see. I gotta figure out who the fuck moved the notice board. No, me. You call it? I'm not a shark. I mean, I could be a shark. I mean, all it takes is the onesie, right? Think about it. Or no, I could be a shark. This is a possibility. I don't know. It's sentient, isn't it? I get the feeling like it might be. I don't know. I don't think it would like me. I don't know. I have to get my own. Yeah. I don't know. Just tell me like whatever, you know, weird black magic shop that you bought it from. I'll go get my own. What's the evil equivalent of Amazon? Oh wait, that's just Amazon. Anyway, I don't know anything about that there notice board. I just wiped my hand on it, that's all. What? No, press. Tell me more.
Hold it!
Tell me more, you fat-lipped man. So you admit that it was the board you wiped your bloody hand on. Okay, if you just got here, please look at this man's lip. Please look at this man's lip. It's awful, and I hate it. That's like... I want to see if he does the animation.
Admit it? What's to admit? It's there plain as day for all to see. A smashing print of my right hand.
Perhaps you wanted to hide that handprint, so you righted the notice board and pushed it into the corner, did you? Oh, it's got just jiggle physics. It's the worst.
No. Imagine the weight of that great lump. Do I look like a powerful and well-nurtured man?
Well, did you see anybody else moving the board? No! No! There it is! There's the animation that I absolutely fucking hate! Ugh! He eats bees. Consume bees. That's one of those collagen injections gone horribly wrong. Like, I don't think you can call them DSL if they make you go flaccid when you look at them.
I've got nerves of steel, I can tell you, but even I have my limits. There was a body on the floor in front of me, and the Grim Reaper himself standing over it. And there was precious little light inside either. My bottom lip was all a quiver.
Yeah, I think your bottom lip just does that naturally.
In other words, this witness is unable to give definite testimony on that point. Yes, so it would seem.
Hold
Okay, you didn't go to investigate the scene then. When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks? Yeah, what else? There's the Priory School just round the corner, see? Those cheeky little so-and-sos have got a plan to blow their whole school to kingdom come. Well, I've been telling on them, letting their teachers know what they're up to. Wow! You sell them the fireworks and then you snitch on them? What the fuck? Oh, you have? Yeah, wouldn't want anyone to get hurt, so I let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off them. And then, praise the Lord again, kids all come back to buy more. Oh, that's a hell of a racket, dude. What the fuck? That's what I said, Ryu. Of course. And sometimes the teachers give me a little bonus to thank me all for letting them know. It's a busy old life selling explosives.
Venus is a guileful goddess indeed.
Well, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing, really. You just throw those fucking fireworks at me? You just throw those at me? Okay, Bippo. Bippo, what do you have to say?
Excuse me.
Also, yes, his name is actually Bippo. They're going to call him Mr. Sandwich because that's his nickname, but his name is Bippo.
If I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it?
No. Did Miss Venus's statement just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Philosophical thoughts. Deep philosophical thoughts.
Huh?
Let's say there was a great liar. And that great liar said, without batting an eye, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it. Would those words of hers be a lie too? Or the truth? In which case, she's not a liar. Ooh, it's a hellish paradox, that one. Don't you think?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying. Are you? What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that. And I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set them off. That'll give you something to tremble about. Jesus Christ.
You have a startlingly disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady.
So Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich?
Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Can you elaborate, please, sir?
Old Blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshot seemed to come from. But there was someone else who crept up the stairs behind him, too. That's right. It's that rotten liar over there. Do you mean to say that you did in fact betake yourself to the scene of the crime after all?
What did I tell you, eh? Stop chucking firecrackers at me! I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I? Yes, you mentioned it. Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it? Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch?
So you did indeed visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief!
Well, now you come to mention it. I suppose perhaps. I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah?
Either you clearly remember it or you don't. Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurous act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth.
Oh, yes, my lord, of course. Maybe I did sneak along behind gossip and have a little peek into the room where it all happened. All right, give me 1 second. All right, we're back.
Hold it!
You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus? Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I take everything I say with a big pinch of salt. All right, but you did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you? Oh, please, as if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying. The truth, please. All right, just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know? Did you touch anything at the scene? Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor. The truth, please. All right, just a bit then. I had a look to see if there was anything I could sell. So I did give the place a once-over, but there was nothing to write home about. You possibly stole something, did you? Right. Now, I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you? Oh, please. As if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose change is all I had. The truth. Please. Well, all right then. I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. So I blasted the flippin' thing. Sorry, flipped the blasted thing. You're telling us that you did move the board. I think that did slip out, didn't it? What? You daft barn pot! Barn pot? Fuck's a barn pot? The fuck is that?
I don't believe it. The girl doesn't think.
So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken, perhaps? To sell? Oh, please. I should be so lucky. And the truth now. I might have found this old pocket watch under the notice board, I suppose. But a bit of junk like this can't be worth much, if you ask. So it was you, was it? You're the one what took it! Gina?
Young lady, may I remind you where you are?
That watch there. That was a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard for a big case he solved 10 years ago. The professor case, no doubt. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. I see. I swiped it off him once, and blimey was he upset. He gave me a right earful, said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did. Possibly not the best thing to go diving for, then. It's not all that, though. I took it to Jebs's that night to ask how much it was worth. The old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it. Said it wasn't working. Knocked about and worthless. He called it? Ah, I knew I should have lifted it. That watch must be submitted as evidence at once. Oh, please, just so long as you promise to give it back when we're done. Not a chance. I'll swipe it from you if you try and get your grubby mitts on it again.
That's enough. Hand the watch to the bailiff forthwith.
Now, children, watch your manners.
Good lord! The glass appears to be broken.
More than likely, it shattered when the inspector was shot. It doesn't tick anymore, either. Which is why Jebs didn't want it. What a waste, eh?
Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5.
Exactly when the gunshot was heard, then. Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course.
Well, it would appear that the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved at least.
And as predicted, it had very little bearing on the case.
Now then, continue with your cross-examination, please, counsel.
Let's see. Still died when we heard the gunshot. Alright, we have a new piece of evidence that we need to examine here. This is very important. Glass over the face really is badly cracked. Look. What a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully. Imagine Mr. Sholmes couldn't repair it, don't you? Or could repair it. Yes, I should think so. He's very adept at things like this. A useful man to have around, in fact. But kindly remember that he's a great detective, Mr. Naruhodo, not an odd job man. Oop, didn't mean to do that. Hang on. Let's see. There's a tiny little stub sticking out from the small hole here, look. I suppose there must have been a little knob or something on that for setting the time. In that case, seeing as we know the inspector took such good care of this watch, it probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it? Yes, of course. Which could mean that there's a small part of the watch still at the scene, maybe. Huh. Interesting. Oh, hello, what's this? Ah, there's a tiny little keyhole here. Can you see? Oh, yes. It's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism. It looks a little unusual, don't you think? Yes, you'd need just the right key to wind it, I'd imagine. Why do I feel as though I've seen something? Something a bit like a key that's about the right size to fit in this hole. It would be wonderful if we had the key. Check carefully. Let's see. I don't think I ever looked at this little figurine, did I? Yeah, I never really took a look at this little guy. Look at this little man. The helmet of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear. I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. The head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if someone has enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun. Can we try twisting it around and around too? For fun. Oh! What's that? It appears to be some sort of key. It's tiny, though. Couldn't be a key for a door. Not that size. Oh ho! That's the winder, then! Do you think perhaps this key could be the key for Inspector Gregson's watch? Oh, yes, it could be. Let's try it at once. There's not a moment to lose. Oh, I knew it. A perfect fit. And look, the inspector's watch has started going again. Ah, so it has obviously just not been wound up, that's all. What is it, Mr. Sato? Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I have a feeling it could have profound implications. Deep in thought now. Perhaps I better start thinking deeply too. This means that the watch doesn't actually back up the fact that he died at 5 o'clock. The watch just ran out of, like, ticking at 5 o'clock. The watch didn't, like, break from the gunshot at 5. Let me see. Let me press this statement just to make sure we're not getting... Because this is definitely what we need to press on. Well, let me just press on this, make sure there's not, like, some extra information I need to get here. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon that you all heard the loud bang, wasn't it?
Maybe the notice board fell over, or maybe it didn't. Maybe I fell over, or maybe I didn't. But the Reaper's fate is sealed either way because of that gunshot we all heard. So your fate's sealed too.
My fate? That's right. The defense is fated to lose, and the prosecution to win. In other words, it all hinges on that single gunshot. If I could just find some problem with that part of their story. it may be possible to change all our fates.
Of course, none of that changes the fact that I heard what I heard, does it?
Okay. So we know what the contradiction is. Now that the watch is ticking, that means the watch didn't break at 5 due to the gunshot. All right, I think I can just go ahead and present this now at this junction here, right?
Objection!
Yeah, there we go. I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case.
Oh,
At the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. A key. And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that it, in fact, still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which this entire case has been built. What? Yeah, let's go.
order! 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 But counsel, the watch was stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock.
Yeah, which is just when we heard that gunshot.
It is. It is exactly the hour.
The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound down. It's merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock.
Objection!
Even if that's true, 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. So that's obviously when this crime was committed.
Objection!
No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years, polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did. The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day, in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well.
Yes, that would be entirely reasonable.
But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day. Oh, well, how do you explain that then? In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. You can't mean... What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead. Yup. And the firecracker is exactly what the fake gunshot was, just to draw attention to it.
Order! Order! Counsel, that is a most extraordinary claim!
Objection!
Extraordinary isn't the word, it's absurd. You claim he was already dead the night before. Do you really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that? On that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. Yeah, I noticed that too. There's no time of death. That's right.
Wait a minute. You're forgetting that my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in.
What do you mean?
Like I said, I planted my hand in a dirty great puddle of blood.
Yes. The victim's blood hadn't dried. It was fresh.
He catches on fast, doesn't he?
Objection!
But that blood could be explained by any number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured over the victim's body after he... Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available on every street corner? Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human.
The problem is currently being researched. At present, you are correct. It is beyond our abilities.
So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. It's certainly a possibility that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all. That's a good point. That's a damn good point. But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it, though? What? Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, it isn't beyond the realms of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all. Oh, please, what are you trying to say?
Oslod know what we heard, and it was a loud bang that came from that there room. No, you listen to me. Our street seller's ears are his livelihood.
Bippo still has his whip from when he was a omnibus driver, which is a kind of carriage if you didn't know what that was. He's still got his horse whip. I don't doubt your ears, sir, but all you can state with certainty is that you heard a noise.
Explain yourself then, counsel.
A noise that sounds like a gunshot that could have been made with... Yeah, saw this one coming.
Take that!
Something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot.
Good gracious! The very fireworks that are sold by the witness.
Now hold on a minute. Are you saying I did it? My pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway. See? Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. Big bang. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. Sponge boy me Bob. I've injected black tar heroin directly into me eyeballs. I'm going to die. You're trying to suggest that somebody set off one of those fireworks off at the scene. I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for these peddlers on Fresno Street to hear. But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Barak von Zykes. One whiff of a match and my firecrackers go pop. See? It's why people like them.
I fear for your fingers, young lady.
Protection!
Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a time bomb. I've learned of a very interesting invention! A time bomb. Would you like me to show you one, Judge? I can make one for you right here, right now. Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like. Mr. Naruhodo, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident. No. Wait, it's the whenever you like part that's important. A timed device. Yes, exactly. A timed device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left.
Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, counsel. What proof do you have to suggest in any way that a time device was employed to create the gunshot sound?
Oh, it could be this, couldn't it? Actually, yeah, this would make sense, wouldn't it? You could stick a firecracker like inside one of the candles maybe and then just let the wick burn. That could do it. I don't think there's anything else that would prove it, really. I can't think of anything else. No, the red-headed league thing doesn't make much sense. That doesn't help us. Oh, did I investigate this yet? I don't think I did. Always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looks like. That doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruhodo. You always want to see what lies beneath, don't you? I'm not sure that's quite how I'd put it. Must have to use lots of bird lime to keep it in place on your head. That doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean. Might be a little inconvenient when you wanted to take it off again, don't you think? Hey, you just wear a wig cap. I know all about wearing wigs. I'm a cosplayer. Styling wigs, however. That's, this is a bit more difficult. Oh, you know... I wonder if the pocket watch was used to make the time bomb. Right? That would make sense, right? I mean, you'd just leave it and you'd have the device set to, like, blow up whenever it stopped ticking. Could you do that? Is that something you'd be able to do? Huh. I wonder. Anyway, I think the proof here is probably the candelabrum? I think?
Take that!
As the court has already discussed, the tip of one of the candles on this candelabrum has been blown off.
Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet which presumably passed through the victim.
I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible. Because of the scorching. Right, the scorching and also the angle. Like, Gregson was shot in, like, the stomach, right? Or, like, the chest. And the candelabrum was pretty high up on the wall. So you'd need to be, like, really short, or you'd need to be, like, pointing, like, at an upwards angle in order to get him, right? Like, I don't think my hand even goes up that high. Like you would need to point at, like, an upwards angle like this in order to hit him. But yeah, the scorching is another thing. The scorching implies it was done at point-blank range. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle. Sounds complicated. Yeah, the watch thing? Yeah. That would be complicated. It's probably not how it was done, but it would explain why the watch was broken, I guess. Or, like, why the glass was cracked, rather.
To me, warriors of light!
Oh, Ken! Hey, welcome on in, everybody! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome on in. How was your stream? How's it going? Let me, should have saved your game or the hippos will come? What? Well, gee, if you insist. Here. There you go. There you go. We've saved the game. There. No hippos? No hippos. Welcome on in. How was your, Got bullied by a hippo. What were you were playing, what were you playing? You were playing, was it Dark Souls? That's what you were doing today, right? You got bullied by a hippo in Dark Souls? I don't know much about Dark Souls. Just spoilers for me. Time to bounce. Yeah, that's fair. This is case 4 of the second game. So, be aware of that. Be aware of that. If you plan to play this game, we are very late into the second game. Oh, Legends Arceus. Oh. Well, it's a very good case so far, Ed TPA. I hope you enjoy it. And if you're curious to see my reactions to the rest of the game, which you've already seen, link to the VOD channels down below. There's probably a couple VODs from, like, the more recent cases still up on this channel. But yeah, welcome on in, everybody. I should probably introduce myself. Hi, I'm Alistair. I'm a thief. I steal things. That's about it. I scream a lot. I make funny haha jokes. That's me. That's what I do. But yeah, welcome on in, everybody. Have a seat. Get comfortable. Ed TPA, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the hideout. Put your feet up. Relax. Don't touch any suspicious books on the bookshelf. That area is not meant for you. I mean, area? There's no secret bookshelf switches. Don't go looking for them. Or else. Anyway. Kitsamani, hey, welcome on in. Chat about the rest of the game when you finish. Yeah. I stream this only about once a week, so you got plenty of time to, like, get ahead of me. I'm really excited about the big finale here. I'm excited. Maybe not to borrow books for the shrine. Hey, those are my books. If it's in the hideout, it belongs to me. You may like anything in the hideout. You can touch it. You can use it. You may not take it out of the hideout. If you do, there's gonna be hell to pay. You can't read. Hey, same here, Sid. I just guess, and people seem to it seems to go pretty well. It's that natural rogue luck, you know. I can bluff my way through literally anything. Anyway, so we gotta just read some things for you. Hey, I don't need no one to read for me. I just guess, and it just works out. Anyway, welcome on in, everybody. Get settled, get comfortable. I'm gonna solve this goddamn case. So we've got scorch marks on this candle, which was supposedly because it was hit by the bullet, but that doesn't make sense. Scorch marks only happen at point blank range from a gun. Yeah, exactly. As long as my charisma's high enough, and believe me, that shit's maxed out. Usually, you know. It's like I have 2 charisma stats. One for bluffing my way through shit, and one for social interactions. The bluffing one is very, very high. The social interaction one, could use a little bit of a buff. Lurk mode for now. Yeah, take care, Ken. Have a good one. Have a good one. I'm very glad you stopped by. Anyway, so scorching. We got to explain this scorching. That's right, there was. But as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is at very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun. Which means that the scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks.
How can that be, eh?
The fact that there's such visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to put it another way, the candle and firecrackers were joined together. Yeah, that'll do it. The culprit somehow attached the firecrackers at a point partway down the candle. After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burnt down along with the other 2, until eventually it ignited the fuse of the firecrackers, generating a loud bang. We got it. And that is how these 3 witnesses came to believe they had heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock.
Well, what a plot.
Pretentious Frostlass, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the hideout. Quiet Kevin, thank you as well. Welcome to the hideout.
This implies that the victim could have died earlier than we've been led to believe. The previous day, even. Now, just hold your horses. Allah's lot here saw the victim going into the building, remember? I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair even if I wanted to.
The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this. Obviously, anybody can wear a wig, so the person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely wearing the red hairpiece.
Someone else? Do you mean to say?
It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer. Oh, very impressive, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma? I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? I also noted the lack of a time of death in this report, a stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired. Oh, Kazuma going on the offensive now?
Order! 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 Prosecutor Asogi! What on earth do you mean by that statement?
I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today. So we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopwatch is just conjecture. But, while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it.
Well, certainly, I would agree with you.
And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing, and where did he go on the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard.
Even within the yard.
However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I'd say it's fairly apparent what case the man was pursuing. Wouldn't you, my learned friend? I do have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating. Yes, I agree. Surely. My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death.
Very well, counsel. Present your argument to the court. What evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated by the inspector on the day prior to the incident?
That would be the notice board.
Take that!
With all the Reaper case things. What? Oh. Mind? Just a joke? Just a funny prank? I was just kidding. I just wanted to see if you guys were paying attention, that's all. Anticipated dismissal note. Crime scene. Would it be that? Well, here's the thing. If it's not the notice board with all of the stuff from the case about the Reaper, then what would it be? Would it be... Well, okay, Mrs. Vigil was also, like, looking for, she was looking for her husband who had gone missing. So... Would it be this?
Take that!
No, that's not it. Alright, try again. What was it? It was... this?
Take that!
God damn it. What am I getting wrong here? Hang on, what the fuck? Yeah, this one? This, maybe? The Red-Headed League? Ah. Okay, hang on. Gotcha, okay. It was the Red-Headed League thing that he was investigating, that's right. Because the most recent clipping on the board is from the Red-Headed League, that's right.
Take that!
I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. We might assume that it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation.
Surely not. Such a brightly colored hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable.
Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in a crowd. Except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League.
The Red-Headed League?
So, you'd already worked it out.
What on earth is this all about? There's such an extraordinary league of gentlemen.
The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception.
A deception of what nature, Counsel?
They've been targeting red-headed men across all of London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, the defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once.
Two redheads?
Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece, so it's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. And it's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events. Yeah, we had 2 of those, like, redheads in, Sholmes' office. We met them for, like, a brief moment.
I concur that we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored.
Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us, at least.
The prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Bring these 2 Red-Headed League conspirators before me, Prosecutor Osogi.
At once, my lord.
Very good. We will have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned.
Nice. Very nice. Yes, save current progress, please. Because apparently if I don't, hippos are gonna come get me. Oh, there you are, Otto. What kept you, my dear fellow? Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Gina. You sure about what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina. As was I, possibly more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. But I was more shocked than all of you put together. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes. It's strange that there's no time of death noted. I suppose there's a simple explanation. Or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Oh dear. If it was deliberate, it puts me in mind of the last case we worked on. Dr. Scythe. I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Van Zykes discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League. So perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it, you had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuthhound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. The 2 criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? And Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean. That's right, Suze, and it was me what took 'em in. Thanks to a tip-off by a good law-abiding citizen. Indeed, yours truly. So it's going to be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuthhound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. Don't tar him with the same brush as you, Sholmes. Yes, well, and then there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zykes for some reason. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zykes, and Kazuma. I feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What's he really trying to achieve here today? All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. This recess will be over very shortly. Yes, you're right. Kazuma was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial, and he was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is it that he's hoping to make me see, I wonder? I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. I mean, that's fine by me. I love trial days. Are you ready then, Mr. Sato? Yes. All right, let's get these two red-headed buffoons.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Barak von Zykes, here present, who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Asogi,
My lord.
have you summoned the witnesses as requested?
Yes, the two members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage.
Very good. Bailiff, usher the two men into the courtroom.
Spaghetti! Spaghetti! I hope she made lots of spaghetti! These two men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. I am Fabien de Rousseau, a descendant of the great Rousseau family from Nice in France. And my name is Peppino de Rossi. I am the third son of the great Familia de Rossi, the landowners from Napoli. The two men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility. Those who graduate from Temisek are the future leaders of Europe. But, do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Alors, I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little gray cells of my brain. That is all I am trying to do, huh? So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out? Oui, you could say that. Not bad, eh? He has the grand ideals, but the petty plans. This strange combination is at the charm of the hilarious brothers. See, capo? Listen to me, Peppino. I have two things to say to you. Eh? Che? Are you about to tell me one of your grandi anecdotes? Evviva! Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this capo. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business. Che bello, there it is! The capo's trump card, the furrowed brow. It is deep, huh, capo? The furrow and the meaning of your words.
The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true?
Oui, c'est ça.
And what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud?
Alors, I will explain it. No, capo. Leave it to me. As you see, we both have the vivid red hair, no? At the school, we were teased for this without pity. The capo here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse, crying like the Trevi fountain. Ué, those dogs, one day the world will respect us redheads. Every night he would bury his head in his pillow and weep. C'est bien, Peppino. Enough. I will explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed this same notice in every paper in London. Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled To the Red-Headed League. Oui, c'est ça. I am honored that you have seen it. It states that the only condition for joining the League is having flame-colored hair, and that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the League, you could receive a weekly income of £4. On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at a park specified in the advertisement, and from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. And with the money, to France. It was a plan most elegant, no? No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. The park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folk, like a coster's orange barrow. And the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these two men spoke face-to-face with every single person present that day. Oui, I have seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see in the rest of my life. See. And then now, every time I see the capo's hair, I feel sick to my stomach. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry? The date for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have any details about the trial. They've only been shown this photograph.
Very good. So, Mr. De Russo and Mr. De Rossi, you will now give your formal testimony for the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph.
Of course, we are always ready to help with the law. Man, this man is just, he has all kinds of spaghetti. I want some. I want some of his spaghetti. I'm going to steal his spaghetti. No one can stop me. It's making me hungry. Okay, let's see. We had more than 1,000 people, more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day. But I don't recall the man in this photograph. Eh, capo? No, I don't remember him. Obviously, he is dead now, but I assure you, he was not in the park. Allora, this victim has had nothing to do with us. You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place. Oh ho, now that's an interesting tidbit. You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain? Oui, I am quite certain. We did not interview this man. Nobody looking like this came to the park. This, I can promise.
Must be noted that you have been arrested for a grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances.
Uffa, with this attitude, we get to nowhere, huh? He's really skulking now. Sulking, sorry. They just remind me of the Skulkin brothers a little too much. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover. Ah, I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event in the park on the day in question, eh? That is ridiculous. There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, which means it's quite possible that's when he was killed.
Very well. The defense may now proceed with the cross-examination.
Ah, yes, my lord. All right. So we gotta nail these two to the wall somehow. And I think that last little tidbit about how it was De Rossi's fault that they got caught, I feel like that's really important. I feel like this is gonna bring something real vital to light. What do you mean by that? Cavolo, you promised not to say, eh, capo? After we had taken all the money that day, we should have left the country. That was my plan. I left the purchasing of the tickets for the ferry to Dunkirk to my companion here. But he bought them for the wrong day. Oops. See, but it is an easy mistake to make, the 1st, the 31st. Oh, I have no sympathy for you. We were an all day late for the boat because of your stupidity. It's only because of this that this so-called great red-headed detective caught us. Capo, you know what I think? This is the work of God. It's a holy punishment, eh? Work of God? Peppino, for the last time. Minxie, thank you so much for 5 months. A guild member for 5 months. Holy shit. It's almost half a year. God, I'm seeing all these like I'm tired of TurboTax ads. Were you sick of all the ads? I was like, which one did you get today? Was it the one with the one that I always get with the what was it? The auctioneer who's going like free, free. I hate that one. It drives me nuts. The Tell Us Your Life one. I don't know that I've seen that one. I know there's a lot floating around. I'm blocking out as many as I can in my memory. I don't want them to live in my head. Ugh. I probably like, since I want to claim some streaming stuff, I can't even use like the free TurboTax one. So I'm probably just gonna get like an actual tax preparer, like somewhere in our like, I don't know, fucking tell us your inheritance, tell us your small failed business, yada yada. Yeah, I'm just gonna look for like someplace locally.
Warriors of Light!
Zungi Bungi! Oh, welcome on in, Zungi. How's it going? How was your stream? How's it going? What were you doing? Let me give you a little shout out here. How's it going? How's it going? Zungi Bungi's very cool zombie VTuber. Personal friend of mine as well. From a long time ago. Welcome on in, Zombie Raid. Welcome on in. Get settled, everybody. We're playing the Great Ace Attorney 2, Resolve. We're on case 4. So, if you happen to want to play the Great Ace Attorney, please keep in mind we are very, very late into the game. We're very late into the game, so there's going to be pretty heavy spoilers if you're planning on playing this game. If you've already played it, or you're not planning on playing it, feel free to stick around, though. Thank you so much, Zungi. Have a good one. I'm assuming you're gonna lurk or take off, and that's fine. Again, heavy spoilers at this point. But yeah, welcome on in. Thank you again. I really appreciate it. Need to take the puppy out. Oh, okay. Makes sense. I hope you had a good stream though. Thank you again. I forget, when people raid me, I'm supposed to introduce myself. Hello, I'm Alistair. Alistair Arsene, Master Thief, Prince of Thieves, all that good stuff. I'm a variety streamer. I just kind of do whatever, you know? Oh, you know what? I'm just realizing looking here? Why did that advance the... I clicked on like my, I clicked on my search bar, and it advanced the text in the game for some reason. I just wanted to open Streamlabs because I forgot to do that. There we go. Anyway, yes, I'm also king of the midriff, and if you give me a second here, I got hips. I got big hips, like real big hips. But yeah, variety streamer. I just kind of play whatever. Right now it's the Great Ace Attorney. Other stuff I've been playing recently, Pokemon Arceus, and what was the other one? The Outer Worlds? Yes, The Outer Worlds. And I'll be playing Elden Ring when it comes out. Might stream a little Lost Ark at some point soon too. I've been playing that quite a bit. I kind of like it. The controls are a little bit weird because I'm not used to Diablo, but you know, I'm getting to it. I'm getting used to it little by little. Anyway, back to solving this this moida. Don't blame God for your unholy mistakes. You're making me sick with anger. Maybe I make a mistake, but when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is faster. And I've seen the evidence. You told us much we didn't already know. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, if it was in the inspector's diary, it seems likely that he must have gone to Lime Street that day. And yet, these two both claim they didn't see him. I have to say, they don't appear to be telling lies. Well, they are experts in deception, don't forget. Sounding plausible is their specialty. They may be lying simply to avoid being implicated in this case as well. Surely if they were truly experts in deception, they wouldn't have been caught. Well, yes, you do have a point there. Seems to me like we need more information. Definitely. Alright, let me check that new entry we got here. Oh, no, never mind. The diary entry was not put in the court record. Okay. More than 1,000. Oh, good lord.
Hold it!
1,000 people? That's a very big crowd. It was quite a spectacle. Redheads had come from all over the capital. See, the capo here, he has the magnetismo animal. The magnetismo animale, eh? No one else could attract so many people. If I could be born again, I would be the capo. All those people wanted the money, Peppino. The £4 per week.
Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants?
Oui, that we did. Because every one of them paid us 5 shillings. We take their names and we take their money. And then we take their addresses as well. And then I tell them we take us some days to let them know by a poste. E finito. Maybe a 2 minuti a person. We start early in the morning and we stop late in the night. So, you earned 5,000 shillings in one day. That's a small fortune. Who would have thought there were 1,000 such gullible redheads in London to start with? One of whom was a great detective with chemically altered hair. DeRossi thicker than a frozen Snicker. Yeah, he's a stout little lad, isn't he?
Hold it!
Okay, so he doesn't recall seeing Gregson. He doesn't look at all familiar. No, I don't think so. And this is a wig, eh? He was trying to trick us. I do not like the people who are trying to trick the other people, says the con artist. If between them they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair, it would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face. No, signore. I may be small, but my memory is very large. I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park. But he's not going to give the court a definite, it seems. Hey, Capo, you didn't see a man like this, huh? Don't remember him. But according to what you've said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day. Oui, that's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day. Surely then you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present? Normally, the red hair is very distinctive, eh? But not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around. Then it is just an eyesore. But if there were some other information you could give us, maybe then we would recall. You know, my brain just blanked out for a minute. Okay. Gotcha. That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, huh? If there were a man with this red hairpiece, but his mustache did not match the color, then I do not think I could have forgotten him. Cosmo said these two had only been shown that photograph and they'd been told nothing else at all. What if I fed them just one other detail about the victim? For example... His name, perhaps? I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. What if I told you that the man's name was Gregson? The man in the photograph is a Monsieur Gregson? Yes. Names, they are boring. I did not listen to any of them. Yeah, it's the fish and chips. It's gotta be the fish and chips, right? It was not the real interview, huh? It was just for a show. Why would I remember the names? That's right. This changes nothing. The man in the photograph was not there, as we have already said. Let's see.
Seems there's a little to be gained from pursuing this point further.
Okay. No. Go back. We press this one more time.
Hold it!
And we go for the fish and chips. Yeah, it's gotta be the fish and chips, right? That's like one of the most distinctive things about Gregson. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. If I told you that the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips, you remember a man who was eating incessantly. Not really. I was only looking at the heads of the applicants. I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips any more than the caviar and smoked salmon. Or a spaghetti. Me, I love the spaghetti. Really? I had no idea. Damn it. Okay, so it's not the fish and chips. Huh. Alright. We go back. We go back and we don't misclick.
Hold it!
And now we try the last option, which is his profession. He's a detective. Does that help, maybe? I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man in red hair. I told you the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective. The man in the photograph, a detective? Yes. It would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, but this changes nothing. Oh, does it now?
Excuse me.
Something to add, Mr. De Rossi. Che? See, I'm always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper. What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance? Eh? What did he just say? About the detective? Yes, that. Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You have said enough already. But why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from Scotland Yard. What?
Good lord! Order! 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 Explain this volte-face... This volte-face in your testimony, witness.
It's simple. A man who was at the park. There was no such man. Madai, what are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten, eh? I have forgotten nothing. Nobody like this came to the park. Basta, Capo, basta! You beat me at many things, but not two. The memory and the meals. Like I said, when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is faster. But you are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up! Ugh. Drop Todd. The damage is done.
Indeed it is, sir.
Oui, there was a man who came to the park and said he said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else. How can you be so sure? Because, to start with, his face was completely different. See, it's true. The man who came was a younger. His face was clean shaven. His eyes were sadder. His chin was thinner.
No resemblance whatsoever, then.
Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you are really a detective, show us the proof. See, the capo here. He doesn't take no nonsense, eh? But he was well prepared. He said he had identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification?
That is most unconvincing.
Sorry, my lord?
Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question.
Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity? Clearly, the papers were fake. Certo, Capo, you're a genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh? That's true. I can see thieves instantly. I can see them through the walls. It's like heat vision, but for thieves. And what happened after he announced that he was a detective? He became very annoying. He said, "You are under investigation." So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park. It was fantastico. And look, here is the identification. So you stole it from the man. He had it coming. He made us very scared. But he was not who he said he was.
Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence.
But I like them.
Now, let us return to the witness's testimony.
Oh, you're not even gonna read it? Judge! Let's examine this, shall we? Metropolitan Police Warrant Card. Let's crack this sucker open. I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? This Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine to me. But how? My department and identification number details are all correct as well. Since when have you known those? Do you mean to say... I know it seems incredible, but yes. I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. But that's unbelievable. This is the real thing after all? So, whoever appeared there was probably the killer, right? And stole this off Gregson's corpse. That has to be it, right? That has to be. Let me see. Which one is the one to respond to? Okay. We can't prove that he was in the park, but this does have something to do with you. But we only have your word for that. See, but what else can we do, huh? True. Uffa, we are not having much fun these days. First we are arrested, then we are shown the horrible picture of a dead man. And now you question every single thing we say. We are the victims here. Eh, capo? No, you were caught carrying out a plot to swindle hundreds of innocent people. You had to bring that up, eh? It's not fair. Eh, capo? Alright, we presented at this one, right?
Objection!
Yeah, this does have something to do with you. I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade. Why Miss Lestrade?
What is your intention here, counsel?
Is this really a fake, or is it genuine? That's the question, which we can't answer for ourselves. Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen. That is the boss's. No question about it. It can't be. As I suspected, the undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on that day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation. Zut alors! No, it wasn't. It was his killer. Come on, Ryunosuke. You're a step short here. I'm already ahead of you.
Order! Order!
But if the boss had his identification stolen, he would have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always on at me about it. If you lose some report it at once, he'd say. Could it be, then, that the inspector was physically unable to report it? Physically? Hey, what are you saying? Unable to... You're not suggesting... Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had the chance to report his identification stolen. No. Or, more likely, he was killed and it was looted off his corpse.
Order! Order! Order!
The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that? I know nothing. I done nothing. Pull yourself together, Peppino. Mon Dieu, you can behave a little more like a master criminal than that, non? Now I wish I had returned to Italia. Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise, Lumi! Stop your whining and start talking. I didn't even get to read what the fuck the judge just said. Hang on.
Well, I believe the court will need to hear your story in considerably greater detail.
I know nothing. I done nothing. But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome.
You will dry your eyes and testify again. About these identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them.
For crying out loud. Jesus Christ, they're both little, they're both just little babies. Oh, little baby man. Little baby man. Baby man. The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night at our secret hideout. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case. We took the man's identification from him and shut him in a room next to ours. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm, and the next morning we let him go. He spent the night in a nice room. It was nothing like a prison, really.
This is outrageous! You imprisoned the man!
But no, no. It was not like a prison. He was a very comfortable, and a calm, and a happy. Hey, capo? It was never part of my plan. I swear it. Uffa. So you think it was my fault, eh? Just because I got the date out of the ferry run. By one a little a day. I do not think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it. No. Per favor, capo. It is not fair.
You shall have plenty of time for squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen.
Oh, I don't believe this. How could he have been a real detective?
Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
On the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in this pair's hideout. So where is your secret hideout, Where could that be? Do you realize what you're saying? You have to believe me. I never intended for that to happen. And I'm sure the detective did not intend to die there. You think? But there was nothing else I could do. See, nothing else. This was the first crime for the capo. He was at the end of his wits. I have told you before, Peppino, that is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind. What about this hideout of yours? An old empty house beyond the park on Lime Street. We rented the place for 2 days. It was an inspired idea by the capo here.
An impulsive idea, I would say.
No, not impulsive. Inspired. Eh, capo? What am I supposed to say to that, Peppino? It was in the house described that you confined Inspector Gregson, was it? Oui. But you have to remember, I was under the impression that he was a pretender, not a real inspector. That doesn't quite add up, though. If you didn't think the man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there? No, you're right. But we couldn't be completely certain.
Hold it!
Too scared? Why? Because, why had he come to the park? We didn't know. There was a chance that he had seen through my plan. And if that was the case, he would go straight to the police station to blow the whistle on us. Even if he was just feigning to be an inspector, he was up to no good, huh? Without a doubt. I think that most people would agree that it's you two who are up to no good. Well, I see you may be right. Capo? The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately. That is why we had no choice but to take the men prisoner. What I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place. See, I asked myself the same question. We were writing down the names and addresses of all the people we took 5 shillings from that day. I have forgotten what name he said, but the address, it startled me. See, address? Scotland Yard, Homicide Division, he said. What? He probably didn't like your face, Peppino. Anyway, I was not rude. I just politely asked him why he had said it. And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out his identification. What was Inspector Gregson playing at? How many times I gotta say it? It wasn't Inspector Gregson. It was his killer. It was his killer. It was not the real Inspector Gregson. He stole his fucking identification. We did. Take him back to the hideout. Yes.
Hold it!
Good God. When do we get to make that break in the case here? That being this identification book, right? See, that is the one.
What made you believe that it was a forgery?
I never seen a real one, of course. But he was so suspicious, this man. Allora, I was thinking, it must be falso. Capo? Oui, it is just as Peppino has said. We were convinced that it was not genuine. And so together, the hilarious brothers, we took the man captive. All we did was shove him inside a locked room. Then we made preparations to transport all of the money. In for a penny, in for a pound. No harm, okay. What do you mean by a little tussle exactly? Boff, it was nothing. Just a minor incident. The falso inspector. It was a real piece of the work. Capo? What happened? Uffa, it was a disaster. We give him a nice room, and what does he do, huh? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilore. Can you blame him? We chased him, being sure, and we caught him again. Can you blame us? Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you? Zut! Who do you think we are? Of course not. I simply caught hold of him again and took him back to the room.
Excuse me.
You got something to say there, Peppino? Mr. De Rossi, is something wrong? Hey, me? Something Mr. DeRusso just said seemed to make you, well, it seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was that all about? Cavolo! At times like that, you don't want to have the capo after you, believe me. And I speak from professional experienza. Personal experience. That is enough, Peppino. There is no need to say more. The truth is, the night before we put the red-headed league plan into action, I was scared. I was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away. It's a shame you didn't manage it. But the capo here, he came after me like a turbine, huh? And he dragged me back into the house, kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it. Capo?
Bruises, you say?
Oh no! I think I know who it is! It's the bruises to prove it, right? Who have we seen that's had a bruise? The man with the big fat lip. Gossip. Right? That's gotta be it. It's gotta be him. He's got the thinner chin. He looks younger. Right? And he was at the scene of the crime. So it seems plausible that Gossip was the fake inspector. And possibly the killer. Something we don't know about Gossip here.
Bruises, you say?
Yeah, around the neck! The bruise around the neck, I see it! Ah, you want to see it, huh? You want to see my fantastico bruises? That's enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you. What to do, huh? I show you or I don't. I show you or I don't. You do, now. Allora, if everybody wants to see, then I do it. I knew it. I knew it. I'm right. I'm right. I was right. Ecco, you see? Still very visible, eh? That red ring around your neck. You got that when you were dragged back to the house. See, the capo. Sometimes he's a very rough, and I said that's enough. Peppino's neck is nothing to do is what we are talking about here. You have my word.
Yes. What is your opinion, Counsel?
About this red ring around Mr. De Rossi's neck? It's very important, actually. Yes! Very, very important. Mr. De Rossi, I'm going to have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about that mark on your neck. Hey, Capo, you see? Everyone is interested in what I say, huh? Ugh.
Very well. You will amend your testimony as requested, Mr. De Rossi.
See, if you really want to know. I think I gotta press this too, because I can't present people in this game. I do escape with the Capo, put the collar on him and drag him back.
Hold it!
Yes. Tell me more, tell me more, tell me more. We have to implicate gossip. Are you saying that red mark was caused by... Si, a big calare made from a leather. A leather collar. Is this true, Mr. DeRusso? What? We had a Saint Bernard at home when I was younger. It is a souvenir from that time with a very strong chain. Strong chain. And you put that around your friend's neck. I'm sorry. I was so angry that he was leaving me alone. You did not have to tie the chain to the leg of the bed, though, huh? I would not have tried to run again. You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you? Treat the people like equal, is the Capo's here motto, eh? It's starting to sound a lot more like a prison all of a sudden. The Capo is a tough, but the Capo is a rough. I shouldn't have done it. So, the following morning, when you released the inspector, he had the red ring around his neck, just like me. Peppino, s'il vous plaît, leave it now. Now you know, huh? The Capo here. You don't want to tangle with him, eh? But for the inspector, he's not so bad. Okay, so what do we present here? We have a picture of Gregson, right? Does this show his neck? Yeah, it does. This is our contradiction, then.
Objection!
Yeah, he ain't got no red ring. That's not the real inspector, baby. Or at least the one they took prisoner is not the real inspector. So the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito. No, it was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was only. However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains.
What inconsistency is this, Counsel?
I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. You will see that there is no red ring visible around his neck. Eh? But that makes no sense. It was me who took the calore off the man in the morning. And I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have. Given that the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck, we'd expect to see bruising on the victim, who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. De Rossi.
Indeed, that is most peculiar.
But what do we tell you, huh? We say this from the beginning. Many times, oui, Peppino is right. The man in the photograph. He is someone different to the man we held captive that night. Yeah, they were telling the truth about that, that's true.
Order! Order! Order!
It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all. That's true, however. How do you explain the inspector's identification? This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. And we also know that the inspector had made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day, which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely.
The inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation.
But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification?
Does the defense have some plausible explanation, counsel?
The whole thing defies explanation. It's for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruhodo. Because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie. No, the facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe.
Good gracious!
Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. So why don't you help us all to see whatever truth it is that you've apparently seen? Who exactly is this inspector that appeared before Mr. DeRusso and Mr. DeRossi? It was an imposter. Sus! Sorry. Those jokes hurt me physically. Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck. Ow!
Thank you, Selexa! Ow!
The person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. Gossip vented! I saw gossip vent in electrical. Trying to save what you can't go unpunished. This is how I present it. This is how I prevent a second Ahegao redeem. This is how I do it. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time. On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck. So the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification? See, that's right. We tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was, the capo dragged him from the pillar to a post with the dog collar. Mon Dieu, Peppino. I was not so harsh as you say, huh? So who was it that the falso inspector, eh? Who was he? 20K, so you have like a fifth of the way there. I got plenty of time before you get to 100K. Plenty of time to up the price too if I feel like it. Clearly the defense has an idea about that. About the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night.
I must ask the counsel for the defense to elaborate post-haste. Who did the witnesses encounter in the park, posing as Inspector Gregson?
Easy. This man.
Take that!
Goodness me! Isn't that...
One of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passersby.
Objection!
What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not? What has happened to his lip? Oh, so his lip wasn't always like that. See, this man is not for the Red-Headed League, eh? He is looking for the Twisted Lip League, no? Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. It seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noted something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising. But yeah. I don't know why Twitch Mobile is like all finicky about the button redeems. That's weird. What? The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand.
Order! Order! Bailiff, bring the aforementioned witness back into the courtroom. Immediately! Well, I never! An undeniable ring of bruising indeed. Identical to that of the witness beside him.
Now what's going on here?
What was I give him? I gave him like the deep,
I gave him the really deep, New York accent, didn't I? Now what's going on here, eh? I always had this me. It's a birthmark, isn't it?
a birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you.
Aye, something about an inspector again. But I'm telling you, you got it all wrong as usual.
You're denying all knowledge of it.
Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh?
Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. DeRusso and Mr. DeRossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Do we have any choice? We are in big trouble, aye, Capo?
That's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony.
The man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man. He's right, see? You think we would forget these grand lips, eh?
I never leave Fresno Street, all right? I've no interest in any red-headed league. I'm all alone in the world, me. I've no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I can carry off at the skies with a face like this?
It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man.
What have I been telling you, huh? There was no need for this pointless testimony.
That's right. I'm just a simple peddler, remember? Fresno Street's all I know. How would I have come by a police inspector's identification book, eh?
Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but...
A brief cross-examination, I think, counsel. Very brief.
Is there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Mr. Naruhodo. Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on a second. Let me get a little look at something here. Okay, so look at his face for a second, yes? We'll go until it brings up his face again. Right, there's his mug, right? Let me look at a little something here. Let me look at a little something here. Ha! You know, he looks, this man here, he looks a little, he looks a little bit like this man, don't he? Except without the swollen nose and the swollen lip, you know? Interesting, fascinating, gee fucking willikers. Why is his lip so big? A mystery we have yet to work out.
Hold it!
He eats something he's allergic to on purpose? A possibility, yeah. Or some botched facial reconstruction. So you say, but how can you be quite so certain? There is no need to hurt your hands on the desk, monsieur. Surely the reason is obvious, no? Because I have never before seen lips like this. Nevertheless, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck. And it looks very much like that left behind on the neck of your colleague by your prized collar. Mon Dieu, with your words, it's like you tried to wring my neck. It does look very much like my neck, though, aye?
No, this is a birthmark, lad. The biggest lips in London and a neck to die for. Aye, they broke the mold when they made me.
For the first time in my life, I feel lucky to have been born with red hair. And I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London. So you maintain that you've never seen this man before? Oui, c'est ça. I swear to it by the flames of my hair. So fierce pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now, has it?
Hold it!
Well, yes, I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry either. That is what I was saying. For some reason, it makes me want to eat. But how did Fabian call it? An eclair. An eclair? Ugh, I don't want to think about a lip eclair. You know, I've never seen the hair as black as yours either before. Likewise, I'd never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain. I see. Maybe it's a nationality trait, huh? Maybe all of the people from this man's country have the grand lips. No, lad. I was born right here on Fresno Street. I've never left. Uffa. That isn't the problem, see? You definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip. Now, how many times do you want me to say it, eh? Okay.
Hold it!
You mean you have no family?
No, none at all. So I spend my days on Fresno Street peddling titbits to passers-by. Not tidbits, titbits. Very important. Very important titbits. They sell quite well. I sell them in pairs, as a matter of fact. Hoping, just between us this is, that eventually someone else with lips like mine will come along.
I don't think so.
You may be right.
Anyway, that mark on your neck is just too much of a coincidence for us to ignore.
Well, what's a fellow to do then, eh? If you don't believe me, we're at an impasse. And there's nothing I can do but flick me lip.
It looks like I'm not going to get anywhere here unless I can produce some proof.
You're basically saying I got dressed up and posed as some fancy inspector, aren't you? Well, it's beyond me how you think I could do that.
Hold it!
Maybe you could. Say, with a mustache, or a beard to cover up that lip.
Aye, perhaps. But if I was gonna stick some fake facial hair on to cover up this fine specimen, I'd end up looking like his lordship over there, wouldn't I? Pardon? I assure you my lips are entirely unremarkable. I would ask that you not cast such scrutinizing looks in my direction, counsel.
Sorry, my lord. My imagination got the better of me there. Well, Inspector Gregson did wear a mustache, of course. You're right, he did. So, perhaps he was hiding something himself. He could barely have hidden a crumb in a mustache of that size. And anyway, the detective we spoke with had no facial hair at all. See, the capo is alright. He was a clean-shaven.
Certainly seems beyond the realms of possibility that this witness could have disguised himself as the victim. Aye, it does and it is.
That's the extent of their testimony, is it? What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, what Mr. Gossip says is undeniable. It would be all but impossible to hide those lips with any form of disguise. Perhaps, yes, but nevertheless, the mark around his neck is equally undeniable. It's identical to the one that Mr. De Rossi suffered. Yes, that's true. Why does this whole disguise idea just keep playing on my mind? Let's see. I mean, I haven't pressed this one. I might as well just to make sure I'm not like... there's just nothing to, you know, object to. So, you heard of the Red-Headed League, had you?
You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going off in town. I sold that tasty titbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got Sandwich to cough up for it.
Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows?
But as you can see, my own hair's got a hint of red in it. And my face, Fresno Street's my patch. Sorry. And in any case, Fresno Street's my patch. You won't catch me sidling off to some other part of town. No, sir, not likely.
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm glad I pressed this then. Something important here. Mr. DeRusso.
Oui? Can I help you?
Did Mr. Gossip's word just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps?
It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park. A small house or something.
Be the headquarters of your red-headed league, yes.
I visited an housing agent on Lime Street, and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent.
What? Mr. Gossip, with a housing agent?
Oui, he had some kind of contract in his hand, and they were clearly discussing the terms.
But, no, you're mistaken, chum. I've never left Fresno Street, like I said before. You've mistaken me for someone else. Someone with the same face.
No, the capo is right. I remember it too. He was paying the man without the banknotes.
With notes. But, like I said, that wasn't me.
I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the name of the papers.
And what name was written? Mr. Gossip?
No, this man, he lies. He tells you that he has no name. But in fact, his name is Hugh Boone, eh? He's better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see?
No! Hugh Boone, huh? Now where have we heard that name before? Oh, he's sunk now. I'm a peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. I don't much like folk talking about my personal life.
Indeed. It is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well, I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records of this trial, assuming no objections.
What? Are you fucking kidding, Judge? Yes, objection! Immediately objection! Fucking kangaroo court-ass motherfucker! I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case.
Good gracious! Do you similarly object, Prosecutor Asogi?
As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings.
Why, never! In what capacity?
Hugh Boone. The name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Well, all right. I suppose that might be the case, yeah, we got you now, you motherfucker. So your real name is Hugh Boone? Well, just between us, I don't like to blow me own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a fallen down backstreet townhouse. But you said they were expensive, huh? Let me see something real quick. Missing husband. Appears to have no particularly distinctive facial features. Interesting. Of Mrs. Vigil. Okay. Actually, wait. I need to see something else. Hang on. Court record. Mr. Vigil 10 years ago. Let me examine this. Chief Warder Daily Vigil. That's right, that was his name. They did clause 132. Okay. No pay. Okay. And once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. Aye, I remember now. There were two vulgar redheads in there at the time.
Eh? If either of us is a vulgar, it is not me.
Sink again, Peppino. Why didn't you bring this up before? It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss.
You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone.
If I must.
So the leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered has been here under our noses all along.
Hold it!
So you live in that room, presumably, do you?
No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? Just a desk.
Then why would you want to rent it?
Well, I don't think I should have to say, really.
Then how about the notice board in there? Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have access to.
Ah, no, that board's not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. It's the only other bits and bobs that belong to me. It's only the other bits and bobs that belong to me. The desk and the chair in there.
People don't generally carry around enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there in your room?
Well, obviously, I've not the faintest idea. I mean, it's causing me no end of bother, to be honest.
It seems to me that Mr. Mr. Boone, would rather as little is known as possible about his room as possible for some reason. Yes, it does come across that way, and more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. That's how I'm finally going to undo this man.
Hold it!
Ah, wait, I didn't mean to do that. Hang on. Skip through this. Go, 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 go. No kinfolk or nothing. Is that right? You Boone. Now that we have this, what does that tell us? Message on a steamship, Barclay Prison. Hold on a moment. Yeah, this would be it, wouldn't it?
Objection!
Yeah, here we go, here we go, here we go. Why do you have this picture of Mrs. Vigil, If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why it is that among the sparse furnishings, we found this photograph in the room. Ah, I presume, as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not?
Oh, well...
Mr. Boone, drop the pretense, and tell the court exactly who you really are.
I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone. As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson.
How can you be so sure?
Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features.
Unless the features themselves are the disguise. It's... Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Renosuke. But what if we were to look at this the other way around?
What do you mean? Yes, counsel, what do you mean?
Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? Or should I say, Daily Vigil?
Good. Witness, are you still hiding the truth from this court?
If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be... Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord, The defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court. No. Please, no.
Very well then, counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street?
Daily Vigil.
That!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil.
Ah! I don't recall that name, counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil?
It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective, asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact, this is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two Red-Headed League men. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial, because we'd been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence.
Now, just you hold on a minute. I don't...
What I'm talking about? Really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise.
No, please! Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a washbowl at once. Mr. DeRusso and Mr. De Rossi, you will restrain the witness.
Oui, my lord. Si, my lord.
Oh! No, stop! Get off! Don't!
There they go. Oh, thank God. Oh, the lips are gone. We're free. We're free of the horrible cursed lips. Oh, thank Christ.
Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume.
He had a change of clothes on him, too. Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face.
It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witnesses, tell the court, have you seen this man before?
I don't believe it, but... See, there is no question. This is the imposter we saw in the park.
Extraordinary.
On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson, who appeared before Mr. DeRusso and Mr. De Rossi in the park, was you, disguised as the inspector. Or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all. Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The chief warder? Then your career had promise. Why, you would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison. What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street? What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle?
I'm sorry. I'm the most immature man alive, but tittle-tattle got me. Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years. I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. I gotta change his accent because he's not in the disguise anymore. He was disguising his voice, too. I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago. So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is The other me. It's a name I invented.
Well, evidently there is a great deal under the surface here.
I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment as Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. Times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. The scene of the very crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. It quickly became my daily routine. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room. But that explains it. But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons, and without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. But instead, you decided to conceal your occupation from them. Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison.
Very true. You've kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment.
That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth? It was some years after I'd invented Boone and begun my other life as a street seller. The inspector, that is, recognized me one day.
You mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours?
I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family, and from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it? I was to impersonate the inspector. What? Impersonate him? Really? Gregson.
Gregory? Gregory! He used a vent, even though it would make him look sus! He even got Roxy's OnlyFans password from the office!
Oh, that one did a lot of damage.
Oh, I think that one made me cough up some blood. Oh, good lord. Oh, Minx, why'd you make me do that? Oh, it hurts. It hurts. Oh, it burns. Oh, oi.
Don't ever speak that curse to me again. We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit Orcsey's office tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress. Is it Orcsey's? It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially.
A Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquished his identification into your care with intent to deceive. That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense.
But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, all right? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up a croaker. Damn. In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. Became something of a second office for him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my boon disguise, and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Huh. What the fuck was Gregson up to? This runs much deeper than I expected. So who did the murder then? Who's the killer? This still doesn't like prove who killed poor Gregson. Well, it seems this confession completely destroys the defense's case. Yeah, it kind of does. A little bit, yeah. If Vigil's not the killer, then I have no idea who could be.
Explain yourself, Prosecutor Asogi.
My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered. At the hands of these two red-headed League men when they imprisoned the inspector. The little limp-dicked fucking slap on the bench. But no, that can't be. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me. Oh, wait, I don't have an OnlyFans. Wait a minute. Okay, Minx, I'm not reading that out again. I'm not making another fucking security breach joke. I'm not doing it. I'm not gonna do it. OnlyFans for Alistair's hot buns. God, what is it? What is it with you, Mabel?
Oh, drink water, drink water.
Thank you for the hydrate. I was gonna say, first it's donuts, then it's hot buns. I think you just want pastries. Can I offer you a nice eclair? Wait. Never mind. Never mind. I'm gonna drink my water and we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on. It's the eclair. No eclairs. No eclairs. Oh, she just said, oh goodness, okay. Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it. What? Ah! Jumbo sauce declared. No, stop.
Order! Order! Order!
Oh my God, Ming, stop.
Indeed, it would appear we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. As proven, somewhat ironically, by the defense. I hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Do we get the donut too? No.
Hold it.
Oh, who's holding it? Kazuma? Is that you? Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma?
What question, counsel?
It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago? Yeah, this is coming up. The execution of the professor, Genshin Asogi. I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh, answer me, man.
One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case?
Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked.
Does the defense concur, counsel?
Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asogi's last moments. His own father. I know, I do understand that. But even so... Prosecutor Asogi, do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me. Please. Very well. Then the defense has no objection.
I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness.
The truth is, I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten? I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. What? Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Well, 10 years is a long time, but to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job. Yes, you're right. Not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. Human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily, which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Sorry? The human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. And then we think about it constantly when we're trying to go to sleep. It won't go away, it replays in your head over and over. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. But I really don't. Kazuma-sama. What if it must be crushed? Then so be it, because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out, one way or another. Right. Now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth, at any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. Should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Yes! Do it! Do it! I have no idea how this is going to go, but this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick BRB. Just a quick BRB, okay? Because, I drank G Fuel, and that's caffeine. And caffeine, well, it kind of just runs right through you, doesn't it? I'll be right back. Just give me a minute, okay? All right, we're back. Hello again. Feeling much better now? All right, let's get back to it. So, what are we contradicting again? Oh, right. Right, you gotta present the evidence that proves, what he did, right? It would be this, right? The reason he lost his job? Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of chief warder of your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. This is a dismissal notice for ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice. And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? What? It's mine? So you didn't resign from the prison service at all? For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay. No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it? If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on the 17th of June 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. The 17th of June. Was that the professor's execution? Professor. As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life. In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on the 17th of June 10 years ago, and now it's time for you to drag them up. Mr. Vigil? Yes, the whole prison. It was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. Shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What?
Oh, order! Order! Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned?
My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh, my goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. Yes, Enoch Drever.
But surely those reports were exaggerated.
There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? In Lowgate Cemetery, at plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there.
The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering.
I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved.
Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom?
Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape. You did what? I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. He is spinning faster and faster. He's waving. He's spinning.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daly. Well, this is serious business.
Oh, right. He's Scottish. She's Scottish.
I'm sorry, Daly, but this is a serious business. But I can't help you now. As chief warder, you were responsible for overseeing the execution effort, eh? Well, it seems the fellas at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You'd better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person.
As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew,
Spain!
The professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over. Ah! It's times like this I really wish I had my own place so I could just like full on belt out that scream and not have the neighbors think I was being murdered.
Order! Order! Bailiff, fetch a doctor at once! Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect!
We're stopping there? Really?
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil,
Oh, it is Van Zeeks. Oops.
Kazuma, and Gregson.
I was never sure if it was Von Zykes or Van Zeeks. I guess that's our answer, but I'm probably not going to stop saying Van Zykes.
All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Holy shit! What a fucking cliffhanger! What the hell? So that means we're doing another investigation phase, I take it, yes? We have to be, right? Yep, investigation part 2. And I'm rolling up on 4 hours, so I'm probably gonna call it here, right? Let me see real quick. I wanna check something, right? I don't think... No, sadly she hasn't started yet. I was gonna say Cozy has her anniversary this Cozy has her anniversary today. And she's doing it. She starts on Twitch at, oh God, in half an hour. I can go another half hour. I really wanted to raid her for her anniversary. Because I wasn't going to be able to make the YouTube one for like more than a couple seconds because it started right when I was supposed to start. It didn't stop me from checking her out for like a couple minutes. I had to see the new model. The new model has like hips and thighs to rival mine. Like a fucking like based Cozy with the thigh physics. It's so nice. It's so nice to see other people putting thigh physics on their models. Like finally, thank God. You know? So we're gonna keep going a little bit. We're gonna keep going until Cozy starts her anniversary. A few minutes after she starts, because you know we want to do it like past the starting soon screen, right? Maybe you know what? I have an idea. I want to. I'm thinking about something. I have an idea. I don't know if it'll work necessarily, but I have an idea. Well, I'll tell you later. We'll see. We'll see. I still can't believe what just happened. I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to the hospital to recover. Right. 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret. Not his family, not even the man himself. But I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? Runo! That's right, it's Iris. Oh, Iris. You were miles away. Anyway, I've brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you. Oh, thank you. You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back in the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared. Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave. I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. Where the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else. What does that mean? He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him. That's so true. That's what I like about Hurley, after all. I suppose that's the lot of a great detective in some ways. So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand. Oh, do you have time, Iris? Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline. You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. Wait, why does... Huh? Why is it... Why is that? What? Huh? Why does she hide the violin? What sense does that make? So the music doesn't distract her? Maybe. Possibly. I don't know. Huh. Alright. Go check out the Lord Chief Justice's office. No arguments, Prosecutor Asogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Perfectly. It's Cosmo-sama. Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down. On your way now, Asogi, my lord. Kazuma. He left without saying a word. Yes, what are you doing here? Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions if you wouldn't mind. I wanted Van Zykes' trial concluded today. But Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. Unwelcome inquiries? As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43... We must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo. In a miraculous not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. Tell me about the Reaper. Does Prosecutor Asogi believe that Lord Van Zykes is the Reaper? I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful closed trial, that Lord Van Zykes made a name for himself among the judiciary. But in the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress. But that's awful! The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days. Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe. Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey. And people believed Lord Van Zykes was responsible. He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. He must have had a solid alibi then. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. Oop. That's a long run of coincidences. Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial. And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. Is that why it's a closed trial? Precisely. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. So the last one was the Professor's? The trial of Genshin Asogi? Correct. Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Van Zykes entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later, with the son of the man Van Zykes had condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. Do you say that what goes around comes around? However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Kazuma is. I like my organization to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. Ah, so that's what all these gears are about in here. If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps. What do you mean? Not something with which you need to concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Don't think I like this. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours. Oh my, that is a long time! And I hold you entirely responsible. Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes? I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Asogi. Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office. Oh, thank you. Let's go see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo. Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure how to talk to him at the moment. So... Oh, not here. This isn't where I wanted to go. Oh, well, we'll go here anyway. No, I don't think there's anything really here that I need to, like, examine, is there? I think there is. Photograph of Mrs. Vigil. Realizing the identity of this lady was a very great clue to exposing Mr. Gossip's true identity. He obviously loves his wife very dearly, which is why he felt he couldn't tell her the truth. Transformation was incredible, wasn't it? Just from that big, twisted lip. Yes, he went to extraordinary efforts to play the part of Hugh Boone convincingly. Although, it didn't really seem like it was much of an effort to me. Now you say it, I have to agree. Almost as if that was Mr. Vigil's true character. People really are hard to fathom at times. I don't think there's anything else here to investigate, right? I kind of doubt... Well, maybe this. Turns out that Gregson didn't actually die in here at all. Where on earth could he have been killed? Well, one way or another, we must find out, for the inspector's sake. You know, you look awfully pale again today, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry. When I start thinking it all through, I conjure up some horrible images in my mind. Your imagination is the culprit here, then? Most certainly guilty. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else to be gleaned here. At least not for the time being. Okay, so I'm gonna go back. Go somewhere else. Vigil's recuperating. Let's check the prosecutor's office. I want to talk to Kazuma. There's that big oil painting of Von Zykes' brother. Oh, it's a little diorama of the crime scene? Huh. So this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, isn't it? Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor Japanese style in that dark corner. It's his habit to sit Seiza style whenever he's working. He doesn't seem to be here, though. Looks like our journey here was wasted. Prosecutor appears to be out. Perhaps we should discuss things with another prosecutor we know first. Ah, with Van Zykes you're implying. Yeah, sure. Also, we gotta talk to Vigil as well. Apparently, you know, he's in hospital after passing out. What? Where is he? Is he not here? These must be the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Tendency to jump from windows. Remember to place cushion at base of wall outside. Aren't we a story up from the ground here? Oh dear, poor Mr. Vigil. I can't help but feeling there's a better solution to the problem than a cushion, though. Finding something you'd lost isn't always a happy experience, it turns out. Knowing the truth can be a very dark business sometimes, can't it? Yes, I'm afraid it can. Ah, patient treatment notes. What do these say, I wonder? Endlessly obliging. Suppose that's referring to the patient in this bed. I would think so. And until Mr. Vigil is a little more stable, it's probably just as well that he has a kindly person in the neighboring bed. Endlessly part is a little worrying, though, isn't it? I mean, what if Mr. Vigil suddenly declared that he'd like to take a trip out of the window? Would this endlessly obliging patient simply open it for him and say, "Be my guest"? Let's check with the doctor later. Welcome back, Zeal. Welcome back. So the first day of the trial is concluded. We discovered that Mr. Man with the big fat lip was actually Daily Vigil, the lead warder when the professor, you know, Kazuma's father, was sentenced to death. And Daily Vigil is suspected of having helped the professor escape and, like, not be executed. And when that happened, he was fired, and he was like, oh man, my life is over, and he threw himself out the window. He had repressed this memory, and when we brought it to light in court, and it all came back to him, he screamed and passed out. And this is his, like, hospital room, apparently. But he's not here at the moment, so, let's talk to Van Zykes instead, maybe. There he is. Lord Van Zykes is reading, look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. What do you Nipponese want? That's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Perhaps not. Hmm? I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Van Zykes, speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow. This does feel very, very strange. I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see, yes. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose. It's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? Tell me about the Reaper. You once told me that the world was gonna roll me, that I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. Sorry, I misread that. You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Something is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization. Ah, it's a whole organization? It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have the very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. Someone at... You can't mean... It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Is it Gregson? Tobias Gregson. No shit! No! Gregson, the Reaper? Oh, what the fuck? So, the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper. As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization. I don't believe it. Are you saying that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting their... Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself. Oh. He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met with the assassin there for briefings. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then. Actually, I do have a name. What? Oh! You what? Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then. Or, if I can name the woman What? It couldn't be like, it couldn't be Scythe, right? Dr. Scythe? Oh. She's a young woman by the name of Asa Sheen. Ah, of course she is. Yeah, that's, Asa Sheen. Uh-huh. Yeah, assassin. Uh-huh. There's the fucking pun name. Wait, what? Sheen. Miss Asa Sheen. True name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. Giselle Brett knew this woman? Oh, that's right! That's right! Giselle Brett's real name was Asa Sheen. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. That woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss. No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father. Asa Sheen. I should let Father know at once. Yes, I agree. Holy shit, it all just keeps wrapping up. It all just tangles up together. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. The whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performances very much reminded me of his father, Genshin Asogi. Professor, it's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the man as... They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. Ah, I see. That's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zykes was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damned Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine. He saved your life? How did that happen? It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. Though Clint Van Zykes had already been killed at this point then. Genshin and I were walking down some streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep. You're coming with us. We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him. They had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before already. Yeah, it's Van Zykes all right. We got him! I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. And I thought my time had come. If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was Asogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. after that, I don't remember exactly what happened. Next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. 2 days later, they arrested him on suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor. How awful for you. All at once, I lost the brother I revered and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zykes. Jesus Christ. The poor man. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett. Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie! Hooray! Yes, all right. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel, then. Holy shit. God damn. On that shocking revelation, though, I think I'm going to wrap up. It's been 4.5 hours, and the person I wanted to raid has just gone live. Let me just, I just want to make sure that they're past, I want to make sure that she's past her starting soon screen. Hang on. Yes, yes she is! Okay. Oh, hang on, there is a bug on my monitor. There we go. Okay. So, gonna rewatch that VOD right meow. Yeah, it's good. It's good shit. Anyway, so it is Cozy Chew's big anniversary right now, 1 year anniversary. So we are gonna send her a raid. Very excited. We raided her on, what was it, Friday? For the direct, I think? No, it was Wednesday. That's when the direct was. Anyway, she's got a brand new model. I've seen it. It's very good. She has thigh physics, just like you, a certain, favorite thief of yours. So, highly cultured, obviously. She's a lot of fun. She really is. And I'm really glad she's on Twitch more now. Because now I get to catch more streams. Because God knows I have the hardest time catching YouTube streams. Actually, we're gonna use a different raid message this time. We're gonna go with happy anniversary. There we go. Go boop boop. There we go. Happy anniversary. Yes, she does have the jiggle thighs. It's great. She's also got absolute territory. That little space between like the thigh-high stockings and the shorts. Good shit. Very good shit. Anyway. Please make sure to tell her a happy anniversary. It's gonna be a good time. The model's very cool. Very, very well rigged too. Like, she drew it and rigged it herself, and the rigging is something incredible. Anyway, time's running out. I will see you all tomorrow for a very special Valentine's Day stream. Take care, y'all. See ya.